warm. Yeah, I can't wait. But apparently it's not gonna last. It's gonna be just one day. All right. We are live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. If anyone wants to follow me on YouTube, by the way, this is the link. You can watch the stream there as well. There's some benefits to YouTube. At least my old LG OLED doesn't have Twitch on it, but it has YouTube on it. So you can watch it on watch my face, my developments on the big screen. So yeah, there it is. But hey, welcome YouTube, welcome to the stream. We were talking about countries and dictators and Turkey and whatnots. Good talk, good talk. Imagine not having a Chromecast. True. Chromecast is actually really helpful. Alright, here we go. Last night and yesterday, I went ahead and I had a special thing. Most of my evenings as a family man, as a dad of one, I don't get to work. I don't get to enjoy my evenings that much. I might have like a couple hours after the son has gone to bed. But last night was special. My girlfriend was so sleepy, so tired that she went to bed with the son, and I had like whole evening all by myself. And I added something. I continued on the development that we did on stream. So basically I was refactoring like the right click. So we have the right click here. The right click now basically works with, I think it works with all the interactions in the game. Okay, so that's not working. So it should disappear there. I don't know why it doesn't. Specified cast is not valid. All right, nice. So we have some bugs apparently. And that cross should disappear. So there's another bug. Awesome. But hey, I added a new feature to the little click feedback. That shouldn't happen. But basically, now if I click on something like for example this berry bush or this rock or this tree, it's kind of like going at a 90-degree angle, you know. So I think it's helpful in the sense that it kind of like gives you better feedback of what's happening. So that's one thing. And then I added another thing, which you can probably tell is that if you're clicking something that you can interact with, it's gonna be red. I think we're gonna be expanding it in the future. Maybe it could be some other color. And maybe red would be attack. I don't know. But I think it's better. But there seems to be some problem that when it ends, it just goes red. I don't know exactly why. But we're going to figure it out first thing. We're going to figure it out first thing now. So apparently this sprite renderer doesn't reset. So it's kind of like... it goes like yellow, and then after it's done, it goes back to the kind of like red one. I think that's the problem. So let's see here. We have the new state. Maybe I'll put like animation here that would kind of like disable them. Maybe I'll do that. Does it switch to left when right-clicking on the right side? No, it doesn't do that. Should it? And how's Brogox doing? Good day. I saw your, by the way, Brogox has been really popping off with his latest 3D art. Like Brogox just posted. Oh, this is by the way, Electro had a really cool artwork here as well. Like this looks insane. This looks insane. Trafalgar Law. I don't know who this is, but it kind of looks like a One Piece character. It's probably not. So Brogox has been really popping off lately. I think this looks amazing. This looks absolutely amazing. Yeah. So the dialogue thing does not go off screen. Ah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, so if it can't fit to the right, then it should like flip it. I see what you mean, Hadouken. That's a good point. I never even thought of that. So basically what I'm thinking is we basically have like these two animations, and then when they are done, they will go into this empty state. That's basically what this does. So I'm thinking, all right, so what if we created a new animation here that just like makes the sprite empty? That'll probably work, right? So let's go into animation layout. I hate that. Why does it do that? Does anyone else hate the fact that Unity just like resets the freaking hierarchy when you change the workplace or whatever? I hate it. I hate it. All right. So anyway, cursor click and cube. Let's do a new one. This is gonna be like arts animations. I think it's under player. Click empty. Alright, so it's gonna be click empty. And what it's gonna do, it's just going to make this empty. Boom. No. No. No, no, no. I have to have record on. Boom. There it is. There it is, boys. That's what I had in my mind basically for the click empty animation. So I'm just gonna do it here. And empty. I think that should work. Let's see if it does. You can just check on what side of the center line you are on when right clicking. If you don't want to check with etc. translations, you can have different length. Interesting. Interesting, yeah. I think that's helpful, Hadouken, and I think we're gonna be doing that at some point. New Chromecast is expensive, 120 bucks. I literally remember like some of the older Chromecasts were like 20 bucks. Yeah. All right, so now, yeah, it disappears. And if I have red, it disappears. All right, awesome. I think there was another bug, like when we were clicking here, it would kind of like, it would like not click it. So yeah, you still kind of like have it. So if I click here, it kind of like disappears into the void. It kind of disappears into the void. It's not serious, but I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. But yeah, I really like that. Now you get like proper feedback that you're actually clicking a tree, for example. If you're clicking an enemy, clicking a, yeah. I bought Fire TV stick. I got like 4 Gen 2 Chromecast scattered around at home. Yeah, it is a pretty superior kind of like piece of hardware. So it's not working like perfectly here. Like some of these kind of like surfaces you can't click on, but it does work. Yeah, I don't know. Might need a little tweaking. I think it's the fact that my clicking only really supports like some specific angles. Maybe it's something like that. But yeah, now you can now interact with right click. We're getting some specified cast error though. Something is not right here. Let's see here. So click data. Click event data. All right. I think we're using the click event data, right? So click data, public struct, click event data, public event data, new click event data. So yeah, they have click point, hit point, click normal, hit normal is interaction. And then this one has like the 3 ones. Let's see here. So it's saying that this is not valid. Is that what it said? 24. 24. This is not valid? How is this not valid? How is this not valid? I think this only... There's 5 references to the click handler, event manager, interaction UI menu, trigger event, events click, last click. Oh, this is probably it. So there's some old version in the interaction UI menu that haven't been updated. So here, events last click position. So I think this needs to be now handled a little differently. Let's see here. So it's like this, events click, new click event data, hit points, hit normal. Yeah, so we gotta do this. So we are going into this, and we're gonna create a new click event data, hit point. So this is gonna be the last click position. How do you count the hit normal? Let's see. How do you count that? Hit normal. Vector 3 up. Is that what it is? Is that it? I guess it's just vector up. Vector 3 up. And this is... so we should probably determine if we are doing an interaction here. So what I'm gonna do here is set it false here. So var is interaction is gonna be... Well, that's actually smart. So if the interaction type we have set, no, I think this is supposed to be like interaction type yeah. So this is actually right. So if we are basically walking, we are going to be doing the yellow one, and if we're not, then we are going to do the red one. So if interaction type is not walking, then we are true. Yeah, that should work as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, we're gonna be putting it there. So that's I think that fixes it. Yeah. What is Fire TV Stick? Is it similar to Chromecast? Bam, 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 bam. All right, here we go. Let's see if it made it better. And next we're gonna be starting on the FIREMAKIng. So we are going to be working on that. I think it's gonna be easy, but I could be wrong. I could be terribly wrong. All right, so now if we are right-clicking, we're kind of like getting double clicks now. It's kind of like being doubled. Like I wonder, like where does the other one come from? Like I don't think we should have that other click. So there's gotta be like another place where we are doing this. Let's go see where this is called. So interaction UI menu has 1. I think that's correct. Then we, under player controller, we have 2. So the other one must be wrong. So handle left click. Yeah, so this is it. So for some reason we're kind of like doing it twice here. So let's take that away. Chromecast by Amazon. Oh, okay. Okay. I think the kind of like smart TV business is kind of ugly. Like it's really evident that they are just kind of like milking customers with kind of like this planned obsolescence, or kind of like planned obsoleteness. Is that word? Is that a word? So what I mean by that is that I think smart TVs are one of the most evident proofs that they are just doing the bare minimum to sell the product, meaning that they only put enough hardware that it runs like barely now. And then the future updates and kind of like how things develop in the software and in the OS department when it comes to the same device, the hardware isn't going to be able to run the future apps or the future OS versions. So it slows down like crazy. It can't run the apps. So what they do is they disable the apps for the smart TV. And I think at least Samsung's TV had that, and it was absolutely horrible. I've been pretty happy with our LG. We have like a 2016 edition of the OLED. It was really, really like expensive though, so maybe that's why. Alright, so I think this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good now. It looks like it clicks off because you gotta like click the walk here button. But I reckon it's probably gonna be the correct place. Yeah. That's pretty good. Let's see how the right clicking is. Nice, alright. This doesn't seem to be doing the perpendicular thing though. And there's still something wrong with the freaking like sorting layers. Alright, but I'm happy with that. Obviously we could change how the kind of like the cross works, but yeah, let's move on. Fixed an issue where the cursor click animation would get stuck, showing the red cross. Fixed a double event sending on right click. Double click event sending on right click. Alright. Moving on, boys. Let's freaking go. So, oh yeah, before I forget, I should include my chat if somebody wants to come chat. Nobody ever does on YouTube, except IceIceAG. But even IceIceAG is just doing it out of pity. Alright, here we go. Here we go, boys. Alright, so we're talking about fire making. I think we have some of the kind of like underlying features figured out. But one thing we should do is look for an asset for the fire. So let's see if we can find campfire that would fit our game, at least partly. Let's see if we can. Well, I think it's not gonna be that much, right? 96 results. Nah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. No, it's actually only 21 results. So let's see. We have that kind of campfire. I kind of like that. I think that looks kind of... Oh my god, there's a bug in my house. Holy shit. It really is summer in Finland. Low poly stylized nature. Stylized armory. Low poly nature. Well, we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it, alright. So these don't really do a good job at painting at what they're doing. But let's give this a look. Let's give this a look. Alright, here we go. So we have... I think this is a little bit too realistic looking. What do you guys think? The fire is pretty cool. It is URP compatible. So I need you guys, I need your help on this one. I have pretty bad insights of what works with the game. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like my kind of like this artistic eye is limited. I'm not gonna say that I don't have like any artistic eye, but it's pretty limited. I know some people are much more kind of like they have a lot more skills in that department. I think this fire is pretty cool. I think it has kind of like that cartoony style we're looking for. I think this could work. And I like the fact that there's different colors, so maybe the different color would be kind of like the different tier. Maybe we could use this one. But we still need the bases. We need the actual, you know, logs and whatnot. Then we have nature. So this is too. This is different style in my opinion. It's kind of like the low poly world. I really like what they've done. This looks amazing. It looks amazing, but I don't think we're gonna be going with that. Then we have stylized fantasy armory. That's pretty cool, man. So it has some shields and tables and all this shit. That's pretty cool, man. Good job, Daniel Mistage. I do art stuff, but I would not say that my artistic eye is good. Well, it is better than mine, I think. It is better than mine. So yeah, this is again very low poly. Kind of like the mushrooms, though. Is this URP? Yeah, it is. Oh, there's a bridge, boys. I think we could use this like to replace the bridge we have in the game. I think this is pretty cool. I think we're gonna add this. So this is not for the campfire, but I think this is pretty cool stuff. Low poly nature. I think we're gonna be using this. I think we can milk this. Hello? I said I think we can milk this. Let's download low poly nature. Import. Import. Alright, good, cool stuff. Let's get the other one. So we have this one, then we have Panda Soul. So we have some different camping related stuff. Yeah, this is not for us. Although I love the freaking chainsaw. This is kind of like what you would have in something like a Firewatch game. Then you have another survival pack. Really cool looking equipment. I really want to build a freaking Firewatch game like looking at this. These are amazing. Good job, whoever did this. Good job, dude. So I think we did that. Jacob! Welcome to the Hall of Fame, Jacob, and the people, the good people at Jacob. How's it going? Jacob has just started streaming. And let's give Jacob a little bit of love here. There is a shout out to our dear friend Jacob. We're just asset shopping, taking a look at some of these cool stuff. We're looking at cool stuff. I like these fires, so I think we're gonna be using these fires. We are working on campfire feature, so fire making and whatnot. You get the gist. We have basically this wood cutting, fire making, cooking web incoming into the game. And why we are doing that is because we just had our first Tori democracy poll where people voted that woodcutting and cooking should win. So there it is. There it is, boys. We're gonna be doing a new poll pretty soon. By the way, I want to get rid of this false and whatnots. Get out of here. We don't need ya. Cheiko! The fire looks great. Looking forward to cooking some lohikärmes. Yeah! How was the stream, dude? I lurked a little bit before I started again. Sorry I didn't come say hi. I was enjoying my coffee. Alright. So, we have some assets now. Let's, we have the happy little trees. This is empty. What the hell? Let's delete that shit. Then we have the old studios. Let's put it into imported assets. And then we have the VFX. So I'm gonna put this into the imported assets as well. It's good to stay nice and tidy. So, let's... First of all, first and foremost, before I forget, I want to see if we can replace this bridge. So I think it was this Order Studio. What was it? Order Studios. Prefabs. Is there prefabs? There is. Is there a bridge? There is a bridge. We have a broken bridge and we have a working bridge. So let's do a working bridge. Look at that bad boy. Would you look at that bad boy? It's looking so good. So the only thing I have a little bit of a concern with is that it has a little bit of a slope. And my game is like completely flat, so I'm gonna give it a mesh renderer or mesh collider more like. Except that I should do it there because mesh collider, by the way, mesh collider requires a mesh renderer. So if you don't have a mesh renderer or a renderer at any sort, I'm not sure if it has to be mesh renderer, but you have to have a renderer and the same game object as you have the mesh collider. If you don't, it's not gonna work. I have learned that the hard way, believe you me. So what I'm gonna do here is let's put the bridge under the Tori parent. Basically under the bridge we have a box collider and not much else. The layer is ground and it's layered as static. So I think what we're gonna do here is we are gonna disable this whole object. We're gonna take the new bridge, which is looking a whole lot more sexy. Put it here. It's a little bit short. We can fix that. We can make the river a little bit more narrow. I think that's gonna be the way to go. We'll see how this works when with the nav mesh. It was good. The stream was good. We were working on the game trailer. Sadly, I couldn't record some new clips that I needed because the recording started to lag when streaming. Yeah, that's the double renderer issue. When you need to render something twice, once for the stream and once for encoding the video, it becomes too harsh. So now it's a little bit, you know, it's getting underwater. It's getting underwater, boys. So I think we gotta take it up a notch, just a little bit. Just a little bit. It still goes underwater. Freaking slopey bridge. Stupid ass slopey bridge. Let's see if we can make this work because I'm not sure. We might need to change the values in the navmesh agent, and it seems like a hurdle, boys. It seems like a hurdle, but we'll see how it goes. So we're gonna reset heights, and we're gonna do opacity. That sounds pretty good. Brush 2, I think that sounds pretty good. Let's make it a little bit bigger. That's too big. 5. And I'm gonna set the height to 1 and see what we are cooking here. So if I kind of like raise these parts to make it look a little bit more natural, this is gonna be what we are basically doing here. Is it still too high? Yeah, it is still too high. Let's come up with the other side as well. So this one is gonna come closer too. Trying to make this believable. Believable. Unbelievable. Alright. So there it is. It's still a little bit on the ground, like off the ground. Now we have an option to raise the ground kind of like periodically to make it a little bit like a slope. Or we could lower the bridge. I think we're gonna be lowering the bridge. Let's see what we can do here. So if we did something like this, then that would work. I think that's all right. But the question remains, is our character gonna be able to climb past this? I think it is if we give him a little bit of ability to climb. So the water level is at 0.4. How can I tell, like, is it actually like interfering? It doesn't have a collider though. It does have the nav mesh non-walkable. So this is gonna be, we'll see how this turns out. So basically we need to open the nav mesh navigation, I think. And let's put this like here, for example. So we do have some sort of step height. So the step height means that can it like step, you know, like when you raise your foot, can it actually do that? So let's see if we can pull that off. All right. I don't know if 0.2 is enough, but we're gonna try. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bake the nav mesh and we're gonna showcase it here. So here's the nav mesh. If I bake it again, yeah, it's gonna be like, yeah, no can do well. No can do as well. It looks like it can get on top of here, maybe. So I think this is a more of a slope issue than it is about the step height. So let's see if we increase the slopeness to something like 10 degrees. And then we bake again. What do we get? Oh, would you look at that, boys? Would you look at that, boys? That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Now, do we have another issue now where we're gonna be going into water or something? Do we have an issue somewhere where we are going to fuck up the game? I'm not seeing anything too serious here. That looks a little bit questionable there. Yeah, that looks bad. So what we gotta do here is let's try to reduce the slopeness. I think 10% was too much. Let's decrease it to something like 8. Try again. Okay, so now we can't get up anymore. 9. Really? Really? You need it to be 10? 9.5. Hey, there it is. Okay, so now we can step over again. But we still have these connections here. Alright, so that's not optimal. It's not like it's absolutely horrible, but alright, I don't like it. So I think what we're gonna do here is make the beaches more steep. So I'm gonna take this and we are going to be setting height into 0. And I'm just gonna be drawing some of these areas that gotta go. So apparently that's too harsh. That is too harsh. Let's do opacity a little bit less. Something like this. So it's still too harsh. Let's go opacity 2. Just really want to get like rid of these. I want to get rid of these parts. We could mark them as a non-walkable, but I'm not sure how that actually works. What do we bake now? So you can still go into the water there. You probably know you're not gonna be able to go water there. All right, so let's paint this some more. All right, more opacity. Nobody has time for that shit. Paint, 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 paint. Is something happening? Like, am I doing something? Okay, I am doing something. Good. So let's. So I think there could be some scenarios where you can get here, but it's not very serious. Okay, so here's a lot of like that same thing. A lot of the same thing. Blah 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 blah. So let's just try to make it a little bit more steep. I don't want to lose like the beaches as a whole, but this does reek that the players are gonna be able to get somewhere where they're gonna be stuck. I don't wanna do that either. But hey, how's people's Wednesday? It's supposedly gonna be a really warm day here in Finland. Can you guys imagine 20 degrees Celsius? That's like hot. That's hot. What's the weather at your place? I know we have some people from around the world. We have one of our newest member from United Arab Emirates. It's probably 20 Celsius is weak numbers. Weak numbers if I had to guess. All right. Luckily our coastline is still very limited. Okay, so that's a problem. We gotta get rid of that shit. It's really hard to see the change, but you just gotta believe. Oh yeah, it is working. Okay, so here it's still very much. I'm gonna increase the opacity just a bit. It's sadly 37 degrees. Yeah, that's too hot. I think the perfect temperature is 25. That's kind of like what I thrive for. When it gets hotter than that, it's getting suboptimal. It's actually getting worse, and it gets worse like pretty fast. It gets worse pretty fast. That's what I would argue. What do you think, Ayoi? And I hope you like my way of pronouncing your name. All right, let's try to clean this up as well here. Alright, what do we have now if we bake this? Yeah, that's a lot better, man. It's a lot better. Look at that. Beautiful coastline. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so this needs to go. This needs to go. That needs to go, like right now. Better. Alright, so we are getting there. This is still very much work in progress. So I think the new opacity setting is better. We're kind of like seeing results faster. This has got to go. So the opacity is like 7. Very good, very good. That fishing spot is gonna be pretty hard to reach. I think we gotta move that. No, don't do that. Fishing plus spots. So I need you to come closer. That's probably more like it. Then this looks alright, except that I don't like that there's something fishy going there. And that looks bad, so let's give it some of that. Let's give it some of that brush. This is landscaping, people. I studied city planning when I was in uni. I wasn't very good. But it was one of the better projects or courses that I took. Belayer is here as well. How's it going? And Nicolio. 15 to 20 degrees is perfect. If it goes hotter, it gets worse all the time. Yeah. I'm a little bit to the warmer side. I think like 20 to 25 is the optimal. I really, really enjoy summer. How's life for you boys? Nice to see you. All right, let's try to see. All right, we're making progress here, boys. Really good progress. Okay, so I don't like that. Whatever's going on there has to go. So I think I'm actually gonna flip it. So we're gonna do kind of like this here. So we're gonna raise it up a little bit, and then we are gonna clean this up. So we kind of like have this double thing happening here. That's better. All right, this looks pretty bad here. Paint. This is kind of like trust the process because I'm not seeing like anything really change. It's so like low opacity. But sometimes you just gotta believe. You gotta believe, man. Just believe, dude. It's gonna be 39 to 40 degrees next week. I hate the weather, bro. That's... Man. I hope you have air conditioning. Like in Finland, our houses are built for winters. That's like our like houses are 100% built for winters, which means that we have like crazy like world-class insulation. So our houses are built for the fact that we want to keep the warmth in. So you can imagine that it gets really hot in these houses in the summertime. Like some of the like hotter summers that we've had, it's been unbearable. Like people are recording like 40 degrees Celsius in their like rooms, in their flats, in their apartments, because their houses and their like everything, they're not built for heat. They are built to kind of like keep the cold out and keep the hot in. So it gets really bad in Finland at sometimes. Yeah, it is insane. Yeah, it's unbearable. And we don't have like, I think kind of like the air condition culture is just like landing here. It's not like a lot of people have air conditioning. So they have to like install their own units and they can be quite expensive. I actually asked our like landlord who owns this apartment, like, hey, could we get a proper like air conditioning unit here? And he was like, no, it's not like part of the house's code or whatever. Like that's basically what he said. Like it's not what the kind of like the freaking, I don't know. There's this weird politics system happening in a lot of these flats places. There's like kind of like this governmental thing, and they have rules of what can be applied and what can be built within the kind of like the faculties or whatever, and apparently it's not allowed. So what we had to do, and what I had to do, is I went and bought this freaking, you know, like movable air conditioning unit. And even though it was one of the more powerful ones, I think I paid like 500 bucks for it, it still like barely keeps one room cold. Also 20 Celsius, I think that is considered warm here, not yet hot. Yeah, I think here we think 20 is pretty hot, but 25 is kind of like the heat. It's kind of like the, you know, the heat threshold. All right, let's see if we bake this again. What do we have? Yeah, boys, this is looking good. This is looking good. Very good. All right, there's a hiccup there. There's a little bit of a hiccup there. I'm fine with that. That's completely okay. That seems to be fine. What about this? So that's looking a little weird. That's looking a little weird. Let's make it a little bit more like that. Is there anything else? Hell yeah. All right, so this, I think we could do something about this. So I don't like this part. I do not like that part. So what I think we're gonna be doing here is maybe I'll add a nav mesh obstacle there. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. So I'm gonna bake one more time, save, and we're gonna go to the new bridge. And let's add a couple of nav mesh obstacles here. So we're gonna be doing the kind of like the edges here. Make it smaller. 0.5 sounds pretty good to me. The heights are kind of like the length seems okay. So we're just gonna be making it more shallow and then move it to kind of like this area. Make it a lower. Something like that. Yeah, so we're gonna be carving. And I think it can be still... well, I think that's pretty good. Let's copy this. And let's copy this one and do a new nav mesh obstacle. Cannot be added because what? Excuse me. The component nav mesh obstacle can't be added because default already contains the same component. Huh? Since when there can't be like two nav mesh obstacles in one freaking... What? Since when? Well, fuck it, I'm gonna add it here. I'm gonna add it here. What you gonna do about it? But it's... Why? Can we rotate it? I don't think we can rotate it here, so I think we need to create a child. Whatever, dude. Whatever, have it your way. If you want to be like... Okay, so this one is... Well, we can at least rotate this one. Now measure obstacle. Yeah. So now we got our blue carpet here. That's good. All right, so let's go give it a go. Does it work? Let's go give it a go. Now my surface baking it one more time. Let's spawn ourselves into the Tori. Germany is a bit more south too, also for 20 Celsius being considered warm. Yeah. Germany is quite a bit to the south, and Germany is quite big, like in the kind of like south to north axis. So there's a lot of different a lot of difference in that sense. I can't even skateboard in the summer except at night because it's so hot in the morning. Seiko says that the house code law has changed and the housing company can't forbid installing AC units anymore. Really? Alright, let's give it a go, guys. Can we get through the bridge? Why so shy? What? Excuse me? Huh? Why can't it go there? So he's really shying away now. Alright, that's weird. I would have been pretty sure that... Okay, so what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. What? Wait. Why doesn't it show it being... Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, it's not static, is that it? It's not static? Can that be the issue? Now it's static. We just lost the Namesh. Like, why? Where did it go? Where did it go? I don't freaking get it. What's happened? We had it just a moment ago. So did something change? I don't think I don't think I had changed any of those. So what's happened? Bridge, default, damage, obstacle. We have the carving there. All right, that shouldn't be an issue. That's odd. So I suppose, well, let's see if we can, if we increase this again, but is this gonna fuck it up? So it's not that. What if I disable the water? What now? So now it's like, alright, hey, you wanna walk on the bottom of the freaking river? So what is it then? Like, is it the step height? Did I increase the step height? So if this is 9 and what if I have the step height at 3.3? Like, I don't freaking get it. I don't freaking get it. We have a mesh collider. Is the mesh collider an issue then? That's so weird, like it was working just a moment ago. Let's clear this and try again. That's so weird, like it was just working. And now it's kind of like doesn't even try. Doesn't even try for some reason. Why did that happen to me? I don't know. Let's try to increase the step height, but I don't think that makes any that doesn't make any sense. What if the max slope, what if we increase this? Does it change anything? No. Use geometry, render meshes. Walkable, humanoid, generate links. There's nothing really there. I think this was just 9. We have walkable, whatnot. So is it the obstacles then? Like, is that what's going on? Let's disable them. Is it that? No. What if we use colliders? Nuke's got a good day. So that doesn't work. What a weird day. What a weird day, boys. What a weird day. Generate links. What is that? Minimum region. Allows you to cull away the small regions disconnected from the larger knob meshes. So it is static. Oh yeah, the layer should be ground, right? I don't know if that makes any difference whatsoever, but I think that could be something worthwhile. It is not. Object collection. Collect objects. All game objects. Current object hierarchy. Include layers. Sure. Okay, so if I did that. Numbers modifier volume. All game objects. Include layers. Okay, so you can actually like not include some layers here. Oh yeah, this is a weird one. This is a weird one. All right, so I don't know. Like the only thing I can come up with is that instead of so for some we just had like literally like 15 minutes ago we had a nav mesh baked into our new bridge. But now it just like it doesn't let me bake it. It doesn't let me bake it for some reason. Like it doesn't let me create a numbness surface on top of the bridge. I tried changing the kind of like the agent options, but nothing really worked. Do you use nummesh modifiers? Maybe try to add one to the bridge and see if that helps. I haven't really used the nummesh modifier. Alright, so if we are adding affected agents, all override area, walkable. Sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good to me. But I added it to the wrong place. I should have added to the bridge. Static objects are those that do not move or change positions. When baking non-mesh object marks as statics are included in the navigation data, creating a predictable and efficient path for any surface. However, the old method of marking objects as navigation static is deprecated and the new system uses non-mesh modifier components. Ah, I didn't know that. That's really helpful. Thank you, Nixkara. So it's kind of like what BNApp says. Hey! That is a big raid. Let's go. Bim, 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 bim. It is our friend Mercenary Mage. Let's go. If you're ever in need of mage services, this is the one you're gonna want to hire. Let's go. Let's give a shout out to our friend Mercenary Mage. I hope I got that right. I did. How's it going? I can't stay to chat, but have a great night. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate the raid. Welcome everyone. My name is Ame. We're working on a game that is a love letter to the good old times, the nostalgia, the RuneScapes and old school MMORPGs. Yeah, Mercenary Mage, thank you so much for the raid and have a good one. I know the feeling that whenever you kind of like end your stream, you kind of like wanna skedaddle. You wanna get some food. You wanna get some. You gotta. Well, you wanna do the basics. So I get it. I get it. How's the people of Mercenary Mage? Are you guys doing good? How's the summer? Is the summer alright? Feels good. It feels good to me. So I just brought in some free assets from Unity Asset Store, and I'm trying to figure out why my nav mesh, which is used for pathfinding in the game, doesn't do what it's told. And I hear it might be because of the nav mesh modifier. So let me just move my webcam a little bit. So basically here, there is a nav mesh modifier, and I think this could work. So I added this. This seems to be the new way to handle it, maybe. So let's see how it is. So now I added this, and now we're gonna try to bake again. And what should happen? What should happen is when I bake, this should become a light blue. The light blue you see is basically where the players and the NPCs and the agents in general can walk. So let's hope for the best. Maybe Mercenary Mage brought us good luck. I'm baking. Nothing's happening. You might need to also nav mesh surface on the terrain. Oh, okay. Let's do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and add another. Oh, should it be like a? Should it be under here? Nav mesh surface. This is gonna be humanoid walkable. Yes. Render meshes on the terrain. There is on the terrain, really? I have one like that's separate. It's kind of like a separate game object. Is that a problem? Unholy Diver, nice to see ya. I heard RuneScape. Damn right. You can wishlist the game. This is the game. It's not this one. It's underneath here. It's a game called Shadows of Tuonela. I'm gonna be updating the screenshots and maybe upload a trailer if we get that working tomorrow. So yeah, it is a game made by me. We've been working on this for 9+ months now, and we are approaching a public demo. I know that I've been saying that for quite a while now, but people wanted polish, so we're gonna be doing that, and I'm gonna be adding some new features along the way as well. So welcome to the stream, and nice to meet you. Unholy Diver, how are you? What if you place the Terran nav mesh on parent? Does it inherit to children? Could be useful in later stages when you place more things in the map. What if you place the Terran nav mesh on parent? Does it inherit to children? Interesting. So what is the best practice? Like, I have this like separate game object for the surface. Is this the way to go, or should it be kind of like under the beta island is basically like the Terran? Should it be here? And then I have this bridge. Should this be kind of like how does it work? Like, I don't really get it. How does it work? What if I put this under the beta island, and then I'm gonna be maybe if I put the nav mesh surface here, and then I disable this. How is this the way to go? Like, I have no idea. So I'm baking. Still the bridge doesn't care. Under the bridge we have mesh collider, nav mesh surface. If I bake here, it just becomes brighter. Greetings, Da Blehman is here. Good day. I have disabled the nav mesh obstacles. They shouldn't be of issue. Humanoid walkable. All game objects include layers. All. It's currently on ground layer. I think no need for separate nav mesh surface and bridge. Yeah. I think so too. I don't think it makes any sense. So let's take that away. Remove. So we have a modifier now, and it should override it to be walkable. It's gonna remove the obstacles so that kind of like get less problems. And here we have the bridge now. We have the beta island. We're using geometry render meshes, walkable humanoid, collect game objects, all game objects, include layers, everything. I think, wait. I think we had this override voxel size, didn't we? I think we had this. Let's see. Yeah, we had that. Let's actually copy this. Maybe we can utilize this. So let's paste the values. Bake. We're getting there, boys. We're getting there. Look at that. We're getting there. So we're close. So I think what we need to do is just increase the humanoid's max slope just a bit, like so. I think that's gonna be enough. Let's try. Bake. Yeah, hell yeah. So now I can add the obstacles again. So we had nav mesh obstacles to the corners. So let's do that again. So I think it was something like this. Bum 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 bum. Not that long. Maybe that's. Put it a little bit there, and then move it there. So I just wanna like make sure that people. Okay, so it was nowhere. This is the thing about perspective, people. This is the thing about perspective. So I think that's pretty close. Let's carve that out. So it's a little too thick because it's not where it's supposed to be. Let's make it a little bit tighter like that. And it doesn't need to be that big. Size that one. Alright, so that's what I'm looking for. I think we can try with that. Let's try out that. I'm just checking we don't have any hack spots that people can get into the water or anything like that. Kind of like tried to fix that before you guys joined. Alright, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Let's give it a go, boys. So now I'm gonna present you what the game actually looks like. How's being apps? And thanks for the help. Alright, here we go. So this is a fully multiplayer using dedicated server. It's been a ride learning everything. Let's change our names. Mercenary Mage Fan. Alright guys, this is the moment of truth. We have a bridge. Can we now please walk past it? Please, for the love of God. Yeah, hell yeah, there it is, boys. There it is, looking good. So the water comes clipping through a little bit, but I think that's fine. There it is. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, we have a cooler bridge now. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, let's... so we have 500 files to push. Yeah. I'm not gonna be doing... Let's see if we can find the proper... So the new terrain, I think that's what we did. Click handler, yes. Did we do anything else? So we brought in the bridge. I don't know if we can find it here. I don't know if we're gonna be... Okay, we did the nav mesh. So let's do this. Nav mesh, nav mesh, nav mesh. Nav mesh, nav mesh, nav mesh. We just brought in a whole lot of new assets. So that's what we're seeing here. So I know we have the bridge somewhere, but... We'll see if I'm gonna be able to find it. Anyway, let's see here. Tweaked the Beta Island terrain to be more clear of what's walkable and what not. Brought in a new bridge that was a little bit curved and needed humanoid nav mesh agent settings tweaked. All right, so that's roughly what we did. Now let's take a look at, so we are working on wood cutting, fire making, and cooking. So far we've done the wood cutting. It's time we start looking at the fire making next. So basically, let's start looking at the assets we brought in. So we did the, I think it was the VFX pack. And here we have a bunch of different flames. So here we have fire 1, fire green, blah, blah, blah. So let's see if we take a look at some of these effects. So this is one of the fires. I think that's looking really good. This is another fire. Ooh, that's really cool as well. And then this is another, like it's a different color. We have black smoke, so we can add smoke if we want. I'm getting like a stronger campfire from this than I am from this. What do you guys think? This is pretty cool, like, as well. Like, it has that, I like the cartoony style. Our game definitely has that cartoony aesthetic. So maybe this is better after all. What do you guys think? So maybe it's this one instead of this one. Yeah, I'm kind of like leaning towards this. We can add the smoke kind of like on top of it as well. So what we need is, we actually need the campfire bases, and then we can kind of like combine these. So let's see, do we have any campfire? There was some folder called campfire. Haha, there it is. I don't know where this came from, but we have it. All right, so let's do that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and bring this bad boy in. It's looking massive. It's looking absolute massive. So let's unpack this guy. Let's make you like half the size. That's looking more like it. And then we are gonna go ahead and bring you some stuff underneath. So let's do the VFX prefabs, and we're gonna use the second fire, put it in a little bit higher. I think that's already looking kind of cool. Should it be a little bigger? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, dude. It could have a light effect. I'm kind of like thinking, does this have light in it? I don't think this has light in it. So what we can do to kind of like make it pop off harder is we can create a light source. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a new... I think what it should be is kind of like an area light. Could be wrong. So let's put the area light here. And let's make it kind of yellowish, reddish. Something like this. Kind of like a warmer yellow. And... calling mask, light appearance, color, baked only. So the area one is only baked. The baked one is obviously gonna be more light. No pun intended. It's kind of like gonna be. It's not so heavy on the performance. Does it work though? I don't know. Point with some animated flicker. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Let's change it. So we're gonna be doing a point instead. So you can do a mixed one, real time. Point with some animated flicker. Baked, mixed. So the flicker would be cool. How would you do that? I think the range can be pretty low here. So let's see how that looks like. Soft shadows. Let's do like hard shadows. Resolution can be set to lower. All right, let's see how it is. I haven't been doing much of this in my time, so this is very new. Let's make a spawn to the default place. Our music ended, so I'm gonna put that back. Hacker music, my favorite. All right, let's see how it is. Let's see how it is. So this is gonna be something the players can spawn in. So it can't be too heavy on the performance because there can be many of these. Ah, that's pretty cool though. So it has no collider, obviously. I kind of like how it looks. I kind of like how it looks though. I really do like how it looks. I don't think the light is working. So we have the area lights, which is set to point real time. Yeah, I think it looks really cool as well. It's just not... It's not doing anything. It's supposed to cast like shadows, but I don't really see it. Maybe the intensity is too low. Let's make it... Let's crank it up. Let's crank it up to 10. Range is gonna be like 10. Let's crank it up. You should be able to animate range, intensity, and color for the flicker effect. Huh. Rendering layers. Default, color mask, everything. Yeah, let's render to everything. All right. No idea if it still works. What do we have now? Yeah, I think it's just getting like nothing really is happening. You can see that the light is like, can it be because it's so... It's basically like so far underground. Like what if I raise it up? I can't? Okay, so now something is happening. Something is happening, boys. So if this was kind of like flickering, that would give it a pretty cool effect. You can adjust the range intensity. Ah, yeah. So you mean that? Yeah, we could definitely take a look at some of that. It's still not like casting shadow of the player. Yeah, or do twin. It is a cool thing though. I think we could take a look at that at some point. Now I just want to get the functionalities. I'm gonna be disabling the light for now. Basically what we're gonna do is we need a collider. So let's give this guy... Let's give this guy a collider. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be a capsule collider. Let's see what it is. So it needs to be a little bigger. A little less. That looks pretty accurate. So it's gonna be like that. And yeah, the real-time lights, it's gonna be big hits on performance, and it's not that important for the game right now. So there's capsule collider. We need to figure out another tag for this. I'm still a little uncertain how we'll do the UX, but how I think we're gonna do this is we're gonna be adding a new tag for this. So it's gonna be like campfire. It's gonna be a campfire for now. And so it has a capsule collider now. We are going to be giving it another script, but we're also gonna make it a network object. So this is where it becomes a little bit tricky. This is where it's gonna become a little bit tricky. Is it important that the server owns this? That's the kind of like question. The players are gonna be the ones spawning them, or at least requesting to spawn them. Is there any requirements? Like, I'm kind of like thinking like it's probably gonna be alright if the clients can spawn these. Ownership distributable. Transferable request required. So there are some settings here. When enabled, owners can parent a network object locally. When disabled, the owner will not apply a server or host transfer properties when parenting changes. Huh. I don't know if we need to do any of those. But hey, this is gonna be the campfire. We have the stuff here. Now we need a script. So let's get coding. So I'm gonna do a new script for it. It's gonna be called campfire. It's gonna be called campfire. We're gonna be putting the campfire in. First compile. Campfire. All right. So what do we need? So this is gonna be a little bit of a different script as far as I know, because what we wanted to do. Let's draw. What do we need to do? So this is kind of like what we had in, I think Ilpo's idea was actually pretty good here. But what I'm kind of like thinking is that, all right, so we have a log on the ground. We have logs here. And if you go ahead and right click that, you're gonna have something like light up or something like lights, and kind of like that option. So this comes from player controller, and then when you press it, what do we need to do? I think it's gonna be a RPC everyone. Where we basically like, we could do it like this. So this will be called for everyone. What happens if we just spawn it? So obviously we have kind of like these spawn methods. Let's read a little bit about Unity's Unity NGO spawning network objects. Let's read about that a little bit. So we have network prefab. Yep. Spawning a network prefab. Netcode uses server authoritative network model, so spawning network network objects can only be done on the server. Okay, so it has to be a server doing it. You must first create an instance of the network prefab and then invoke the spawn method. Yeah, so first we instantiate it, then we get the network object, and then we spawn it. In most cases, you will want to keep the network object component at the root. By default, a newly spawned network prefab instance is owned by the server unless otherwise specified. Yeah. So, is this like if I do this, can I do this anywhere, or does it need to be RPC call? So yeah, we gotta figure out a way to despawn it. Only a server can do that. Alright, so I'm thinking we are going to need some sort of server handling for this. Yeah, so basically I think this is not gonna be RPC to everyone. This is going to be more like send campfire request server RPC. So we're gonna be sending this to the server. We're gonna be sending kind of like a requested position or something. Requested position, and then do we need anything else? Maybe we'll do like a campfire level or something like that. Something like that. And then the server is gonna be like, okay, so this is the level. We're gonna be like holding all the different campfires somewhere, and we're gonna pick up the right one. We're gonna see if we can spawn it there, and then we're gonna spawn it, and then we're gonna handle the despawning as well. I think that's what we're gonna do. Do we have a existing manager that could handle this? So we have authentication manager, event manager, combat manager, item catalog manager, inventory manager, server, NPC manager, harvesting manager, toast manager. I don't think. Can you guys imagine? We don't have a manager for this. We don't actually have a manager for this, unless if we use something like I think we could change the inventory manager to be kind of like spawning manager or loot manager or something like that. Let me speak to the manager. Yeah. What kind of manager are we talking about? What kind of manager are we talking about here? So it could be, I guess it could be kind of like this cooking manager, fire manager, fire spawning manager. Yeah. I'm gonna ask AI. Give me idea. So I'm adding a new manager into the game that's going to handle spawning items, spawning game objects, networked game objects into the game requested by players. These objects are like campfire and others. What should the manager be called? Network spawn manager. Network spawn manager. I think that's pretty cool. Maybe Karen. Karen would be pretty good. Cool. I'm not gonna lie. Let's do. I think that's a pretty good idea. So network spawn manager. So this is gonna be handling. This is gonna be handling. You know, like. Can you just okay? Network spawn manager. So this is gonna be handling, you know, like spawning stuff. You could argue that this should handle the spawning stuff to the ground as well. Maybe we'll refactor at some point. Network spawn manager. Alright, so this is gonna be type. Well, it's gonna be a network behavior. That's what it's gonna be. What? So it's gonna be a network behavior. Let's take some inspiration from our existing managers. So we have something like combat manager. So combat manager is like it's singleton. So let's not do this. So there's a couple ways we can do this. It's either the singleton or we are gonna like use the network behavior here. I think we need the network behavior. Matchmaking, what's... NPC manager. Player manager. There's some manager I'm thinking about, but now I'm just like blanking out. I'm blanking out, guys. Authentication manager. How is this handled? So this one is a singleton as well. Well, let's try that. Let's try that, all right? Let's put these away. All right, so now we have all the awakes and whatnots. Network spawn manager. So what we're gonna do here is we are going to handle a basically like well, the spawn object is actually pretty good. So let's do the spawn thing. Spawn object. So it's gonna take into prefab. It's gonna take in position and the rotation. Well, I don't think it needs the rotation necessarily. Let's do a world position. And this can be the quaternion identity. And so this needs to be instantiated and then it needs to be spawned. Like so. And this is gonna be the prefab. I think we're gonna be I think we need a new data class here to handle some of the shit. So I'm kind of like thinking, okay, so this could input the prefab, but I'm kind of like thinking, what if we came up with something more sophisticated? So we would pass only like a kind of like spawn, network spawn ID or something like that. And then we would kind of like get the right one. Something like spawnables or something like that. Because if we do like a spawnable, I think that would be pretty good. Let's try to do that, all right? So I'm exciting myself with this idea. So bear with me. We're gonna do new data class. It's gonna be a new scriptable object class. Scriptable object should get you riled up. It should make you a little bit hard. So spawnable. We're gonna have this new class. It's called spawnable. This is gonna be my own little special sauce. So this is gonna be type scriptable object. And what we're gonna do here is basically we're gonna do like well, exactly like that. So we're gonna have, so we can actually do the spawn here. Nah, let's not do that. Let's just do data. So we're gonna have the spawnable prefab, spawnable object, and what do we need to it? So we basically need the prefab and we need an ID. So let's add an ID. It's gonna be like int spawnable object ID, and then we're gonna add a public getter. So we can just pass in the spawnable ID. I think we could do like we could do an kind of like you know, what would be kind of like this duration or something like that. So this is going to despawn time. Let's do that, despawn time. All right, so let's do a public getter for that. So now we have the object we're gonna set in. We're gonna have the ID. We can kind of like write ourselves. We have the despawn time. Do we need anything else? I think this is gonna get us pretty far. I think this is gonna get us pretty far. So let's start with this. One thing we should do is we should create an asset menu, which obviously it doesn't let us do right out of the gate. So let's come up with a way. Crafting item blueprint. There should be one. This is gonna be new spawnable object. All right, there we go. Let's do that. Nice. As I said, she has posted us some pictures. And Larre posted an image of Imagine Dragons concert from Tallinn, Estonia. That's a pretty good picture. And I think she posted that, damn, it was so much better than I could imagine. Even a better experience than Coldplay's gig last year. Damn. Imagine Dragons. And then Ice Ice AGS posted hey, there's no more snow. There's no more snow. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Looks like perfect sheep, kind of like shepherd zone. So yeah, what we are doing here, so we have the spawnable, so we can go under scriptable objects, create a new folder here. This folder, if I can do that, so folder, this is gonna be the spawnable. And we can just create a new scriptable object spawnable here. Where did it go? Spawnable, where are you? There it is. Spawnable. So this is gonna be campfire. And the spawnable object is going to be the campfire. We just gotta make a harvesting. I think we're gonna do a new folder here as well. This is gonna be called like I don't know, let's do something like firemaking and cooking or something like that. Let's put the campfire in. It has the network object, it has the script, very good. And now we should be able to set this bad boy here. It's this one. Spawnable object ID. So these can start from 0. I'm kind of like thinking, should we come up with a new naming convention for these? I think it's probably safe if we start from like 2000. I think that's probably what we should do. So let's go see the item. I think we had a kind of like this one here. So raw materials, please. Spawnables from 2000. Let's do this tooltip. Add it to the spawnable. All right. So now we should be seeing this kind of like an easy tooltip here. So we should be seeing like, all right, so spawnables from 2000 plus. Spawn time, let's make it 20 seconds for now. It's gonna be longer down the road. Okay, so now we have this data class. Very cool. I think we're gonna be holding these into item catalog manager. So we're gonna be creating a new list. Public list called spawnables. This is gonna be the spawnable list. And we are going to do another getter for this. Public spawnable, get spawnable by ID. And we're gonna be going in and finding it from the list. Spawnable, this is supposed to be the ID is equals to ID. And if it's null, we're gonna return null, and else we're gonna return the spawnable. That should work. So now we have an helper method for that. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So why did we do this for? So basically what we can do now is we have this pretty scalable system to call what we want to spawn. So let's just start with, well, that's ugly. Let's start with, how should we start with? I think we're gonna go, we're gonna do this the right way. So let's take a look at, first let's take a look at what our birch was. I think it's raw material. So we have birch wood, it is type raw material. So what we're gonna do here is if we right click it, it's gonna be under the dropped items. So basically this is where we instantiate the right click list, and where do we do the dropped item? Here we do the dropped items. So they are set in as pick up. All right, and they do have the dropped item there. Okay, so we're going into the button pressed, and under pick up. So this is when we have already pressed the selection. So yeah, this is actually, so we gotta do a little bit of an exception here, aren't we? So we're gonna have to do an exception here. So here we basically loop through every dropped item. So let's check if one of the dropped items is a, if one of the dropped items is a wood that we can burn. So we're gonna go ahead and basically how do we determine it? Okay, so there's one thing we can do at least. I think I have under the item, we have the variable called like has a special effect. So I think that's what we could use. So let's have a look at it. So has special effect. So let's do this. Or it could be like, I think it could, we could kind of like check if it's a raw material as well. What would be the way to go here? So raw materials are all these ores and the wood. All right. How do we determine whether this is something special? Yeah, I think we gotta do the has a special effect. It's not really special. It's not really special though. Should we have a new field for it, like is wood? What should we do? Is wood has a special effect? I don't think this is a good idea to do that. Should we do like is wood? I guess we're gonna do that. So under the under here we're gonna be like let's do a big bool here. This is gonna be like is fuel for the fire. Is fuel for fire is gonna be false by default, and let's add a little bit of a getter there. Okay, so now we got that. So now we can in the wood itself we can mark it that okay, so this is for campfire. Is fuel for fire, so I'm gonna press that as true on the birch wood. Alright, so now what we can do here in the interaction UI menu is when we are looping through the dropped items. So this is obviously the dropped item, and the I think the int should be inside, right? So we can be like, all right, so if dropped item is there like an item type? No. I think we gotta get the item from the item catalog manager. I think we gotta do that. So item is item catalog by dropped item ID value. So this is gonna return us what item we're talking about. Now if the item, well, if it's null, I don't know. Let's be optimistic that it's not gonna be null. So if item, well, fuck it, let's do that. If item is null, I think we're gonna be continuing. But also if item, so if item, I think we need to cast this as raw material, so like this. So if item is raw material and raw material is fuel for fire, so Copilot is kind of cooking here. Then we are gonna go ahead and we are going to be creating kind of like this special item into the selection. So we're gonna do a new interaction UI element. We're gonna create it. We're gonna add it to the list like normally, and we're gonna initialize it with the burn item name. Yeah. Interaction type is gonna be interact. I think that's fine. Dropped item button pressed. Let's continue. All right. So I think that should work. So now it's going to create another kind of like this selection under the wood, which is going to be like burn and then the name. And it should, well, this ain't gonna do anything, or is it? So let's see, what do we have if we do it under the interact? All right, so we're gonna check if there's range, and then we have the different cases. So what do we want it to do? That's a kind of like the question here. So I think what we need to do is we're going to send an RPC call to handle the FIREMAKING. Yeah. So this has like the attached interaction. All right, so this is where it becomes a little bit steep. It becomes a little bit something else. No, I think it's pretty simple. I think this is actually pretty simple. So I think we're just gonna add a new interaction type. So this is gonna be like I don't know, like burn. So we're just gonna make this interaction type burn. All right. Let's see. Let's hope that's enough. And then when we have the option burn here, so we can just add it here. I think it can be literally like the number 2 here. So we have the interaction burn. what we're gonna do here is we are just going to do a player controller request a campfire server RPC, and we're gonna send in I'm so proud of my son right now. He's got an honorable mention at the end of school about how good he is at reading and understanding what he reads. Also got the most votes for being the most fun and kind person of the class. Yeah, that's some good ass achievements. That is really good stuff. And good for you, as I said. Whenever your kid gets praise, you get some praise as well, you know? That's awesome. Awesome stuff. Request the campfire. Now this is kind of like thing like we need to despawn the dropped item. So we need to kind of like consume the item that was on the ground. So I think we actually do need to send in the network object of the attached dropped item. Yeah, I think we do need to do that. And then also, do we need the player? I'm not sure if we do. I'm not sure if we do. Now, where do we get the kind of like the spawnable attachment though? Sure, I can like just write in that this is ID 0. But that's kind of like a hard-coded one, isn't it? It's kind of like a hard-coded one, but it's not that serious right now. We can figure it out later. Alright, so let's make this 0. So it's gonna send in the dropped item network object, which we can then use to despawn. And we are putting in kind of like the, well, this is not 0. It's been 2000. Control cannot fall through one case label. What? Okay, so we're missing break. Alright, so let's do this. So this is gonna be a type like this. Send to server. Request campfire server RPC. So we're gonna have network object ID. No, I don't think that's what we're gonna be doing. I think we're gonna be doing here is a network object reference. This is gonna be the dropped item network object, and this is gonna be the spawnable object ID. And inside we're gonna be trying to get this out. So so we're gonna be doing this. Try to get out dropped item network object. Let's call it like input. All right, if we succeed, then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take in our spawnable object is going to be item catalog manager instance get spawnable by ID. If spawnable object is not null, we don't need to do that. Then we are gonna go ahead and we're gonna go into the network spawn manager, spawn object, spawnable object, And we're gonna go into the position like that. So this is gonna, we might need a little bit of a more sophisticated one on this. Well guys, yeah, had a good day. They just released Unreal Engine 5.6, again, so much new to learn. Oh yeah, but guys, can you link the Witcher release, or kind of like the trailer? I think we could take a look at it. So yeah, we're gonna be sending in the spawnable object and the position. I think what we could do here really is just send in the spawnable object. I think this is probably the most simple one. And instead of this, we're just gonna get the spawnable. And this is then gonna be the spawnable. But we do need the vector 3 world position though. What the hell happened here? Alright, so we're gonna do spawn object. What? What? So first we do instantiate. Instantiated game object. And then we're gonna be like, okay, so get the network object and spawn it. Hey, Ville is here. How's it going, Ville? I like the smart foliage, nanite. Nanite. I was surprised that the new Unity version apparently has automatic load generation, so something similar to Nanite. I need a new webcam for the meta-human face rig. So I think this should basically work. And then we're just gonna do a coroutine to despawn the yeah, so if the despawn time is more than 0, we're gonna despawn after time. Let's see if it generates it automatically. So yeah, there it is. I enumerators using that one. Game object int time. Let's split this into 2. So this is gonna be like a network object. And then we're gonna do network object spawn. And then we can send in this, right? Like so. We don't need to do that. And then we're gonna destroy, we're gonna despawn it. Will that work? Will that work? That is the question. Huh. That is the question. Will that work? I think we're gonna do a prediction of this. Yeah. It has a couple of question marks. So here what we gotta do here is dropped item network object. So this is what we should despawn. So let's do this Let's despawn the fuel. Dropped item. So we're gonna despawn that. Log. Requesting campfire to be spawned. And this needs the... let's do this afterwards. Well, yeah, that, but... yeah, so we're gonna be despawning it here. Alright, so that should work. Alright. Are we done here? I think we're done here. So this should work as far as I'm concerned. I could be wrong. Apparently we have wrong parameters here. Network object ID. Oh yeah, it should be just the dropped item network object. Alright. Let's do a poll. This is gonna be a wild one, guys. Not a poll, a prediction. Will the campfire spawning work? 2 minutes. 2 minutes time, boys. Go ham. So we already have an error. Well, that's barely an error. Barely an error. Alright, so we gotta make sure that we have the spawnable in the item catalog. Campfire. Good stuff. Override, apply all. Let's do a new manager out of the network spawn manager. It is not a network object. It needs to be. It totally needs to be a network object. This is one more thing we should be checking if we are server. So if we're not server, we're not gonna be doing anything. Alright, what do you guys think? Will the campfire mechanic work? So the UX should be now that's when there's a birch wood laying on the ground, you should be able to right click it and you should be able to turn it into a campfire. That's basically how it is. By the way, MetaHuman thing is now for free for all, even Unity users that can use it. Cool. Cool. Alright, let's see how it is, boys. I don't know how you voted, but I'm feeling pretty good about this. I'm feeling pretty good about this. There's probably some kind of like human mistake here. So we have the campfire there. We're not gonna be needing that. Let's spawn ourselves a axe. Let's cut down the tree. Down goes the tree. In goes the wood. Now we should be able to see burn birch wood. So first check is there. Come on, Unity gods, let me burn that motherfucker. Hey, okay, let's cut this down. I'm gonna take the wood elsewhere because this is a little bit of a... I'm feeling lucky. Yeah, we'll see. 1 second, I'm just... the wood is kind of cock-blocking us. Alright, let's take this elsewhere. Alright. Guys, will we be able to burn down the wood? Let's go. Right click, burn birch wood. Here we go. Oh! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Oh my god! It's alive, boys! We have a campfire! Let's do it again. Do it again. Boom! Now it should disappear in 20 seconds, does it? Yay! It's gone! Bye-bye! It's so good, man. It's so good. Payout! Let's go, dude. I'm just waiting it to go down, go out, and there it goes. Awesome, 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 awesome. I'm really happy about that, and I'm happy to pay out to the believers. Ice Age, getting some of that. Getting some of that. Ilbo, good day. How's it going? Love the little tuttipullo you have. 14.4k goes to Ice Age and Beliar. You are welcome, my friends. You are welcome, my friends. So that is big stuff. Big stuff. All right. So what else? What else? What else? So basically we have that settled. We have that settled now. How did I go from beer to this? It's because we had a baby. 9 months, you know? Now make the burn trash function. So you can burn the trash. That would be pretty funny. All right, so we got that. Let's take the campfire out. We're not gonna be needing you here. Am I forgetting about something? Am I forgetting about something? So we don't have a distance check, I'm pretty sure. Let's think about that real quick. So here we're just requesting a campfire and we don't have any distance check. So I'm gonna do this real quick. So if we are in range, so this is gonna be that, and we should have curlies here. We should have curlies here. So if we are in range, then we can enemy network object. So this is not it. This is supposed to be the where is it? Pick up. So it's this one. Or maybe we'll do this one. This is exactly what we need. This is exactly what we need. So let's do that. So if we are not in range, we're gonna do the too far away toast. And we're gonna move closer. And else, then we're gonna do this. This seems like a... Yeah, I think that's correct. Global warming is not an issue you need to worry about in hell anyways. It's true, yeah. Alright, so now if we are not close enough, I think this is gonna be like the maximum interaction distance. We're gonna show like, hey, get closer. And we're gonna start moving closer. Else, we're gonna request the campfire. Yes. That's pretty much it. Now there's the one thing that this is kind of like lacking is that we're not really worrying about if it can fit there, nor are we worrying about what if the player is kind of like on top of it. So let's see what happens if we are sitting on top of it. Are we gonna get yeeted out? What's gonna happen? So let me check the campfire real quick. I think it has a collider. Are we just gonna be moving like past it, or what happens? Campfire. Burrotin. Hey, are you finished? You sound a little bit like Finnish. So here's the campfire. So we have a capsule collider on it. I'm just kind of like thinking, should we have a nav mesh obstacle on it? Or maybe we'll do like non-walkable. Let's do that. So let's do the modifier. I think it's modifier volume, and let's put it like a non-walkable. All. Size, that seems a little extensive. Probably something like 222 is enough. 222 is probably enough. How long have you worked on this game? Asked Borodin. We started last August. So I think we have surpassed 9 months. So yeah, there it is. So if I put this here, let's see what the nav mesh looks like. So I think they actually look perfect. The box looks perfect. Box looks absolutely perfect. All right, so what is Birchwood's ID? 904. 2 people were spanked 100 times for having sex out of wedlock in Indonesia. What a place to be alive, boys. Back to the Middle Ages. 905. So let's do some wood. There is no item called 905. Really? Really? Didn't I just look that it was 905? No, it was 904. Oh my god, I'm okay. Alright, whatever. Why is it dropping it onto the ground? Uh-oh. Okay, so for some reason I can only pick up 4 items. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? What's happening, sir? Why can I only pick up 4 items? Where's the G? Why can I only pick up 4 items? Maximum inventory slots 20, so that's not it. What is going on? There seems to be an error. So it looks like our inventory has a lot more stuff in it. What? Woodcutting, Mega Burger, damn right, we have firemaking already. I just noticed that we have some sort of a bug here. We have some sort of a bug here, and I need to figure it out. So we have the inventory parent, inventory. So what is going on in here? We have only 4 slots. Why? We have fixed columns. Constraint is 4. That seems about right. What's going on? All right, let's go see it. Let's go see the UI. So we can probably copy these. Yeah, so it's not exactly an UI bug. Is this a beta test? We're working on the public beta. What seems to be the cause of this? Okay, well, I'm gonna take a look at it in a second. I just wanna see what happens if I burn stuff that I'm on top of. Nothing. Okay, so I can just walk past it. Okay, I'm a little bit too comfortable with the fire. What if I drop it like here? Is it gonna clip? Oh, so that didn't... Yeah, so these items are bugged. The items are bugged. Belair says that, do I want to know how they are going to enforce that? Yeah. World is going to a fun place. Texas wants to ban masturbation. Oh my god. Oh shit. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. So 904. So what is going on? So we gotta be like really careful now. We gotta be really careful now. There seems to be some sort of deeper issue. So are we spawning with some items or like what is going on? So our player has... We have no items, alright? What if I just... Item 105. What if I just spam the axes? Okay, so axes are fine. 904. So now it's working. Like why is it now working? Well, this ain't good. Whenever you have kind of like these weird problems, it always gives you the heebie-jeebies. You always get kind of like a bad feeling. You get a little bit of a bad feeling. I don't know what that was. It's probably gonna resurge at some point. Gonna bite me in the butts. Alright, so what I'm thinking that we'll do is... I think we gotta like give this a Namesh obstacle. Apparently the capsule collider doesn't do it. So let's try this one then. So we're gonna have like a 2 times 2 Namesh obstacle, and we're gonna carve it. I don't know how that's gonna, like, is it gonna yeet the player out, or is the player gonna be kind of like be able to sit in it? We'll see. If this doesn't work, I think we gotta work on a little bit of the placing logic. So maybe it's kind of like finding the nearest open place or something like that. Okay, now it's working again. Except that maybe it's just the freaking birchwood that's bugging. I don't know. Alright, so let's drop these. Pep, 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 pep. And let's see if we can ignite them. Alright, so I'm gonna be sitting as close as I can. Well, I think if I drop it here, and now if I try to ignite it, yeah, it yeets me out. You can get kind of close though. I don't think that's bad. I really don't think that's too bad. How it works in multiplayer setting though, like with a dedicated server, that's gonna be another question. That's gonna be another question, isn't it? But I think we can live with that. I'm gonna make it just a little bit bigger, so like 2.5, so it doesn't leave you... It doesn't leave you like in the fire. Alright, let's make the... make it last longer, so it's gonna last It's gonna last 2 minutes. And we're also gonna start implementing the tinderbox. All right, I'm gonna take a peace break. Gonna be a couple minutes. Maybe I'll do some coffee. I don't know. Should I do some coffee? Well, I'll grab a drink anyway. So I'm gonna be right back. You can enjoy my hacking music. Berbe. Alright. Sorry about it. Yeah, the pee turned into poo. But here we are. Hey, where did the hacker music go? That was the one thing that kept you here, engaged to this beautiful stream. Oh man, everyone probably left, didn't they? It's alright. It's alright. I made some coffee as well. My girlfriend's gonna be here any moment. She's coming from early work day, or like, yeah, I think early work day is probably accurate. So what were we doing, guys? We were about to do the tinderbox. Yes. Should we do a new... I think we need a new item type. That's what we need. So we have consumables, we have equipables. I think what we need is a tool type. No, we already have a tool type, right? It's under the equipped type. So maybe it can't be a tool then. So let's see, under the equipable we have pickaxes, and pickaxes are equipment and equip type. But it's not really equipment, so item type, consumable, crafting material, raw material, junk. So I do think we need a new item type, yeah. We need a new item type. I think it's under item. Would make sense, right? So under item, let's actually commit before we forget. So we're gonna commit this monster. Monster is gonna get... so basically, FIREMAKING now works with right-clicking the wood on the ground. Implemented the whole logic chain from right-clicking into RPC calling a new manager called network spawn manager. Did a new data class called, what was it called? Spawnable. Scriptable object. And did a new prefab for campfire. So that's quite a bit, but I think that's pretty much it. Commit 500 files. I should have probably mentioned about the imported new assets, but I forgot. All right, there it is. There it goes. So what I was working on was the so we need to find item, and under item we need a new item type. So we're gonna have a new type called so I don't think we have a tool. But the tool is not good because basically under equipment we have the pickaxes and the axes, and they are very much tool. So I don't think we can call it that. So let's use it something like... What should it be called? Like, oh my god, I like it. What should it be called? So we're talking about items that are not equipped and they have a use effect. Usable items. No, that doesn't make any sense. Required items. No, that doesn't sound good in either. So it's kind of like prerequisites. No, that's too hard. can't be like linked to professions either because of the like stupid items being inside like equipment. Maybe it can be like unequipped tools. What do you guys think about that? So it's not like you can equip these tools, it's just that you need to have them with you. Unequipped tools. I think that's pretty cool. I think that might work, so we're gonna go with that. We are gonna go with that. So, now what we can do here is we can create a new folder again, and this is gonna be called unequipped tools. We're gonna create a new item. So we can do blueprint, consumable, equipable, spawnable. We don't really have a... We don't have a class for that. Unequipped tools. So wait, we don't have like a generic item. Why is this crafting materials? File now, new item. What? Scriptable item, scriptable objects. I don't fucking know. New item. I'm confused. Guys, I'm gonna get coffee and help Garnet out. She just came up with groceries. Be right back. Sorry about it. Alright, alright. Sorry about the BRBs. Garnet came home and I wanted to help her with the groceries, and I've got some coffee. So, cheers, boys. This has been a very high octane stream. Alright, so can we now create a new item? No. What? Why? Why can't we create a new item? Like, I don't get it. I don't freaking get it. So we have equipables, we have consumables, but we can't create a base item. Why can't we create a base item? So I get it that every kind of like item so far has been under this. Is it because of that? No. Well, I'll be confused. Löytyykö se jabra? No niin, sentään. Alright, what about now? Does that work? Does that work? Waka, what have you been up to lately? Have you been building your game? Okay, now we have items. Items. Alright, so maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. Because the thing is that I don't necessarily want to create a specific class for this type. Alright, so now we have only like a base item. That's what I wanted. So let's call this item tinderbox. Alright. It's gonna be called tinderbox. And we have my beautiful programmer art here, who some hurtful people say that it's looking like Perry the Platypus. Very hurtful. Guys, I don't like it. The regular items, what should their ID be? What should their ID be? I don't know. Let's take a look at the little cheat sheet we have. So food items from 0 to 99, weapon items, blah 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 blah. So we have basically item from, we can go from 1000. So let's do that. Raw materials, basic items from 1000 plus. Let's do that. Let's do that. Alright, so now we have that, and this can be 1000. Unequipped tools. It doesn't have a special effect. I don't think it needs one. So that should work as far as I know. Now, what we need to do in order to make this happen is that, well, first of all, it needs to be an item catalog manager. Item catalog manager, we have the item list, so we're gonna be adding this over here. It is the number 59 in the list. And then we gotta take a look at it, so let's see where we're gonna handle it. Interaction UI menu. So before we are doing this, we're gonna check whether we have right tool equipped. Let's check whether we have the right tool. Right item in our inventory. I think it probably... I think we should probably do that. So let's do this. So if player state has item, interaction UI element attached dropped item ID value. So I think this could work. And then we are gonna do like you don't... you need a tinder box to make fire. Let's make this like 5 seconds. And like so. Player state, this is a reference, yes. So we can create this new method. Let's make this like here. Public bool has item. So this is gonna be like item ID. So we're just gonna be like if inventory list contains, return true. I hope a network list has the contains method. Has item in inventory. Let's expand that a little bit. All right. And now we can call this has item in inventory. All right. Let's see how it is, boys. Let's see how it is. All right, let's first give ourselves some wood. Let's drop them to the ground. All right, so first, if I'm just trying to burn it, it should say you need a tinder box. Yes. Very good. Now let's give ourselves a tinder box. I think it was 1,000. Oh, would you look at my beautiful tinder box? It has... no, it has some goop. It has a goop in it. There's something wrong with the graphic. Put a mania feature. Let's see how it works. Oh, it doesn't. Oh yeah, I just realized I'm silly. We are trying to compare the value to the dropped item. So this one should be the fire making, or like we gotta like I don't know where we're gonna get this value. Where are we gonna get this value? So I can hard code it. By the way, you should limit the fire pit 1 per player at a time. Yeah, I agree that that's probably something we should do later on. I don't know how to do that like right out of the gate though. I don't know how to do that. Unless we kind of like track it in the manager. Okay, so this player did it. Alright, so... cooldown on the action. Yeah, I think that could be smart. I like that. Let's do that in a second. So how do we figure out the ID? I can hard code it here that it's 1000. But that's not really... That's not really smart now, is it? Maybe I should give item catalog manager kind of like a special place for it. Kind of like Tinderbox ID or something. Alright, so where's my item catalog manager? It's not here. Item catalog manager. Alright, so we have the spawnable list, blueprint list, item list. There's not really any way to make it stand out. It's just a regular item. Except that it is the... It actually is... It has the unequipped thing. It is the unequipped tool. So we could do that. I think it's gonna be better if we do a getter for it. Even if we had to iterate through all the inventory or the items in the game, than it is to kind of like hard code these values. That's kind of like how I feel. So let's do a public int get Tinderbox ID, and this is gonna be so that we are going to find let's do like unequipped item, unequipped tools is going to be item list find all where item is equipable and equipable. No, that's not true. This needs to be the unequipped tools. Why is it small? Okay, so that's not it. Item where item type is equals to unequipped tools. So this is the unequipped tools now, and then we're gonna be like return, we're gonna find the item name that contains Tinderbox. Item ID. Huh. All right, let's try something like that. So now it's going to return if the item name is Tinderbox. And it's going to return its ID, and if not, it's going to return a -1. I think that should work. That should work as far as I know. Let's see here. So when we are now in the interaction UI menu, instead of this, we are going to send in the item catalog manager instance gets Tinderbox ID. All right, I think that should work. Let's try this out and then do what Vaka suggested that we do. I think that's smart, because if someone is gonna do like 100 fires, even with their kind of like despawn logic, I think you can do a lot of damage. You can do a lot of damage. So yeah. All right. So we need some fire, wood. Let's do some wood, and let's do the tinderbox. Yeah, I can kind of like picture you being it. All right, here we go. Yeah, there it is, boys. There it is. It looks like it's a little bit off the ground. We're gonna have to take a look at that. I think it is, yeah. So I think we need to put it down like a notch. Insta death. Yeah, you're gonna be purged from the hell. So the campfire. So this one, feel like it's just a little bit off the ground. So if we put it so it seems like it's okay, but maybe there's something to it. Maybe it's the spawning. I'm pretty sure it's the spawning. So where is our spawn? I can't see it here. I think it was like network spawn manager. So I'm pretty sure the world position is not right. So let's change this to new vector 3. We're gonna do like new world position X, and the Y is gonna be like 1. Let's see if it's 1. Only a few steps away from making bows and the trees and fire arrows from the campfire. Kinda, yeah, Ilva. Kinda, yeah. All right. All right, we have a tinderbox now. We have 3 of them to be exact. Here we go. Boom. Hey, would you look at that? Now it's properly on the ground. Awesome. Awesome. Good progress. Let's commit this. There's added tinderbox item into the game. It is now a requirement to do fire. Added new helper methods into player state and item catalog manager to handle the checks. added a new item type called unequipped tools for items like tinderbox that cannot be equipped. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Ilpo, are you feeling more healthy? I remember you being inflammatory boy. It's gonna be your Superman name, inflammatory boy. All right, so let's do what Waka wanted. So, how should we handle this? My stage name will not be In Flames, but Inflamed. That's good. That's a good one. Slowly getting better, hey. Just take it easy, man. Take it easy. I know you have a festival to attend to, but you gotta take your time. Yeah, so now what I'm thinking is that maybe a player should have kind of like this client-sided cooldown method or something. For kind of like calls like this. But then again, I already have a whole bunch of timers. So should it be server-wide then? I think it would be I think it would be smart to kind of like have both. So the server's gonna be kind of like the authority, but the clients are gonna be the client code is going to be restricting it as well. I think that's kind of like a good practice. So in the interaction UI menu, should I do it here? It is a mana behavior. Oh, then I'm thinking about maybe we should add like a new script so it will actually be accessible, easily accessible to everyone. Cooldown man. I think, guys, we should add a cooldown manager. We've had a lot of managers lately. I think we need more managers. Cooldown manager, and it's gonna be client side only. Oh man, more singletons, people. Alright, I think I'm gonna take the easy way now. I think I'm gonna do the easy way. Let's do the easy way, so I'm gonna add it to the end here. Here's gonna be a private void update, and we're gonna add some variables here. Legendary timer, timeout timer, and this is gonna be private float, Then we're gonna do a private float timeout. Timeout duration. All right. And private bool is on timeout. All right. Should we do a method for this? Start timeout. And then inside update, we're gonna be calling it. If we're on timeout, we're gonna be increasing the time delta time. If we go in top of it, then we are going to make it false. I think that's smart. All right. So what is this gonna be? Is basically for the RPC call. So if we are doing if we're doing this, then we are going to be checking the if is on timeout. We're gonna do you need to wait before you can make fire again. I think this could be a little less condescending. Maybe it could be something like you can't do that yet. And if we do this, then we're gonna start the timeout, and we're gonna do something like let's add something like FIREMAKING cooldown. FIREMAKING global cooldown. I think it could be something like 30 seconds. If the fire lasts for 2 minutes, I think 30 seconds would probably be pretty fair. What do you guys think? So you can still have multiple fires going. Hey, Dotmani here, a good day. Hashtag Shadows of Overwatch Dead game this weekend barbecue. Yes, yes, yes. I can't imagine me and Dotmani are gonna go to the same place this week. I'm feeling a little stressed out. I'm stressed out. How's it going, dude? Let's do the FIREMAKING global cooldown. And this is going to set his timeout to true. So we're only checking it here. So let's see if it works. Vaka just updated from Photoshop 2016 to Photoshop 2025. Why do I punish myself so much? Again, so much new to learn. True. Yeah, Photoshop. I don't know. It feels like... It kind of like feels like 2016 is better. At least I kind of like experienced that. Like all the new features they've added is kind of fluff to me. Except for a couple of things like the AI generation and whatnot. But yeah, let's give it a go. As photo editing, it's amazing. It's amazing in this. I can't really remember that it had like any differences whatsoever. That's what I felt like. At least the basics like hadn't changed at all. Item, let's do 1000 and then the wood 904. All right. Will our client side check work? Fire. More fire. Yep, can't do that yet. Ha ha ha. Can't do that yet. Good stuff. All right. It works. So we have a client side check now. I'm kind of thinking like, should we have a server check as well, so that if somebody bypasses it. Vaka says so much. I like raw photo editor, has everything in it already. No need to do tricks to edit something. All right. I believe you. Can we now? Yeah, we can now do it. Yeah. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I think that's really cool. Really cool stuff. Added a client side timeout to the campfire spawning request. Very nice, very nice. All right, what else? What else? So next I suppose it's actually gonna be the cooking part. So I think the next one's gonna be cooking. How do we handle cooking? I kind of like the Ilpo's request, or kind of like the idea that you would right click the fire and then it would print out all of the stuff that you can do. I think that's a pretty good idea. And I think we're gonna go with that UX. $2,000. Wait, what is this 2,000? I forgot. It's the spawnable, right? So the fires have colliders. Yes, yes. There's no real reason why it wouldn't work. The only thing is that now we gotta think about the inventory, so it has to talk with the inventory. So if you use dropping as fire started logic, why not do the same for the food? So wait, you would drop the food on next to it, like in the Breath of the Wild, or and then it will cook. Make them last 5 minutes and I will team up to trap you in a ring of fire. I knew we had some evil masterminds here. I like the way you think. Immediately thinking about exploitation. Can we trap someone in a witch fire? Okay, so in inventory, on top of the fire, in a few seconds it pops out the ready food. Yeah, so this is actually, so let's talk about this a little bit, because it's a bigger feature than it first seems like. So first of all, so we have the campfire here. Okay. We can interact it. It has a collider, so we can interact. Now, the first question is kind of like, so what does it look like? My kind of like initial thought now is that we'll kind of like have this cook X. So if you have like in your inventory, so we're basically going to scan your inventory and we're gonna like find all your fishies or whatnots, and then we are going to print them here. That's kind of like my initial idea. So we have cook X, X, Y and whatnot. And if you press this, On top of the fire, funny if you could lock someone into kitchen with a ring of campfires. So the issue that another kind of like thing we need to figure out. So okay, so if this is the UX, I think it can be solved. I can't really see the whole logic labyrinth yet, but I think it's doable. But the other one is that, okay, so we have fish. We have different types of fish. So we have like item, perch, and stuff like that. They are now labeled as consumable. Which means that they have a heal value. So I'm kind of like thinking, should we rename it so that you can eat raw fish? So this would mean that it would remain as a consumable. And maybe it would like heal like just a little bit, like heal like 1 to like 5. And then you would cook it. And then it would become like better food. That would heal more. Like, you know, 5 to 20. Or do we change that all the fish are raw material? They are raw material, and if you refine them, then they are gonna become food and they're gonna become consumable. I think this might be the way to go. I think this is gonna be the way to go. So I think we're gonna label the food, or kind of like the fish, raw materials, and they need to be refined to to food. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. All right, let's start crunching the numbers. Column disagree. Yeah. I was kind of like thinking, like, what if you could actually eat the raw fish, but it would be just like bad. It could be doable. But I don't know if it's really something we want to do. So we have the consumables here. We have all the fish. So I think I'm gonna keep them here, actually. I'm gonna actually keep them here. We might need to come up with new icons and whatnots. But we are also going to do the raw materials. I think these might need to be renamed, something like item cooked anglerfish. Cooked anglerfish. Then we're gonna have like cooked lohikäärme. Cooked perch. Nyxkara went to buy a new pan. Came back with a basket, new sauna kauha, cleaning utilities, food and a pan. 450 bucks. Yeah, that's happened sometimes. Do you guys ever like get these weird shopping sprees where you're just like going to buy something and you come up with like a million different things and you like kind of like you didn't buy anything but you spent a lot of money? Do you ever get that feeling? Like last week I went for a walk and I actually recorded the little vlog that I posted to you guys. It was the where I've been a video, and I went to this like little French like cafeteria, and I bought like couple of croissants and baguettes to bring to home. And then I went to like Tok Money and I bought like I can't remember, like I bought some like freaking carbonated water that was minus 30% and some like candies and noodles or whatnot. I felt like I had like my hands full, but I really didn't like buy much. Cat snacks, everything but the thing you went to the store for. Yeah, that's another thing. You went to buy like a toilet paper and you came up with a full-on groceries and not the toilet paper. Alright, so now these are called cooked. These are called cooked. So now what we gotta do is we need to add the raw materials. So these are from 900 onwards. So let's take the birch wood for example. This is gonna be item raw birch. Raw birch. And we're gonna put the birches here. 905. It's not fuel for the fire. I actually needed a casserole to make food in. This doesn't need any requirements to refine, but it does need a it does need, where is the shit station requirement. So this requires a campfire or cooking station. Alright, so we can now set this to cooking station. It doesn't require anything. Doesn't have any extra drop chances. I think that's it. Let's do another one. This is raw whitefish. $906. And I think all the others are the same. Go again. This is raw anglerfish. $907. Couple more. So we have raw pike. $908. And then lastly a raw lohikäärme. Nice. And let's change these. $909. All right. Now we have the new raw items. We need to add them into the item catalog manager. So let's go into here and check out the stuff. So we have the Rama ulala. All right, so now we have all the fish there. And then we need to change the drop tables. So the drop tables, when you fish, they don't drop the cooked ones anymore. They drop the raw perches. So raw perch. And then this one drops raw whitefish. And raw perch. This one drops raw anglerfish. Raw whitefish. And this drops raw pike. raw anglerfish, and a raw lohikärme. Alright. I think one of them was mislabeled, and I think it was the pike. Yeah, this is item pike. This is supposed to be item cooked pike. Nice. And now that I realize, we need to use the raw material field. So when we are cooking, we are actually going to reward. So the refined item. Here we can actually like do the cooked anglerfish. Why are there so little of these? Cooked anglerfish, right? This is raw lohikärme, so we're gonna do cooked lohikärme. You're gonna get one. Raw perch. You're gonna get cooked perch. One of them. Raw pike. You're gonna get cooked pike. And lastly, the whitefish. Alright. Now I think these are pretty much right. So we have the logic in place. Or we have the assets in place, more like. We just don't have the actual cooking. So let's let's push these. Started working on cooking feature. Renamed the existing fish consumables into cooked fish. Created new raw material fishes that's refined to the cooked ones. I think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. So now let's think about how we're gonna do this. How are we gonna do this? So basically, when we are right-clicking the fire, it starts from that. So let's go into player controller. Player controller. We are right-clicking. I think we need new this, right? Push scripts. So yeah, I think we have the push script. No, it's gonna be like campfire. Campfire, no. Let's do this. Campfire. And then we're gonna be like blah blah blah, go through this. If the collider is campfire, we're gonna get the component campfire, and then we're gonna put it into the interaction context. Interaction element context, interaction context. Yeah, that's not confusing at all. So we probably need to add them along the road, but that's fine. Let's go one thing at a time. So now we have the context of the campfire, and then we're gonna be going in with the context, and here we're gonna be initializing them, and we're just gonna be doing that. Now here's actually what we could do. So I'm kind of like thinking, should we print out anything else than the recipes? So what we could do here is kind of like check, like, all right, so if we are actually right clicking the fire, do we want to do anything else? Well, I don't think this is a big deal though. All of these are going to return. Like, we're gonna skip all of these checks because there shouldn't be anything else you're right clicking at the same time. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna just add it here to the rest of them. So we're gonna go like copy paste on this one. So if this is campfire, we're gonna do a new one. So this is actually where we need to think. So now we are actually okay, so how the hell are we gonna do this? So first we need to get the all the fish that needs to be cooked. Like everything that can be cooked has to be retrieved from the inventory. And then we gotta print it out. And then if they press some of them, then we need to delete based of that information. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're gonna do first things first. So let's go like first things first. Let's retrieve the inventory list. So this is gonna be inventory list is going to be inventory list. And then we are gonna go ahead and we need to check the IDs, whether they are food. So I think what we need to do here is under the raw material, I think we need another bool. Let's change this location to so I think we need another one of these, kind of like is cookable or no. We actually have that data. I am forgetting about something. So we actually have that. So we're gonna go through the inventory list. So item in our inventory list. We're gonna go through this. And we're gonna check whether the item. So okay, we need to actually we need to go into item catalog manager first. So instance gets item by ID, and we're gonna put in the value. We don't need to do that, we just can do this item. And we're gonna be like, all right, so is this item, So this can be anything. This can be any item now. Maybe we'll go one step back. So all right, we're looping through the item. This is an ID, so this is where we get the item. Now what we can do is be like item type. If this is raw material, now this means that it could be what we're looking for. So I think what we gotta do is do like and if no, we gotta make a variable about variable of it. So let's do catalog item, and this is gonna be the item. And let's make this item ID so it's not so confusing. All right, so we're doing this. So now we have the catalog item. Then we can be like, all right, so is the catalog item item type raw material? If it is, then we're also gonna be like, all right, well, is it also, I think we need to cast it as raw material now. So if it's this, we have a raw material which all of the cooking items are. So then we are gonna be like as raw material. No. If catalog item, can we cast it here? So if this is now a raw material, if catalog item raw material what is the bool we just created? The station requirement. What was it? Raw material. Station requirement. So for some reason this isn't item, so it's still considering it as an item. So I think what we gotta do is we need to let's cast it into raw material. I'm forgetting how do you cast things. Maybe we need to do a new one. So raw material equals catalog item. Does this work? Cannot be declared in this code because that name is used. Casted. All right, can we do that? And then we're gonna be like, okay, so is this station requirement? Campfire. Cooking station. We have a raw material that can be cooked. So now we're gonna be like, okay, let's do this. This is a nested monster. What is wrong with this? Cannot be declared because it already has one or something. So if it's campfire, so I think we're missing. Wait, is this all like? I think we gotta get rid of all this. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I think we need a new interaction type. Where's the interaction types? Not here. Interaction type. So here I think we need to do cook. So we're gonna be like that. Blah 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 burn. So this is gonna be cook. And what we can do here is just, I think we can call the catalog item. And this is gonna be the cook. And what we should probably do here is, so what does it want? Or here we can kind of like, we can, oh yeah, so we actually have to add in a new one. So this is gonna be the campfire. And this is gonna be the campfire and campfire. Campfire, campfire. What's wrong with this? Optional parameters must appear after all required ones. Well, didn't I just do that? I'm pretty sure VS Code is hallucinating. Pretty sure. All right, so we were here. So what we need to put in here is the context campfire, right? All right, I have no idea if this is correct. There's probably a lot wrong with it. I think we're gonna call AI to fix the fix the kind of like parameters for me? Can you fix me the interaction element context parameters and the method calls? I added a new component it tracks called campfire. Here we go. Here we go. So we are now checking the nulls. How many nulls do we need? All right, let's see if it's succeeded. I think it did. All right, so we had the campfire here. So we're gonna go through the inventory list. And if we find something that has the station requirement, then we're gonna create a new UI element. And the UI element is gonna be type cook. And now we gotta do something about it. So we're gonna be going in. So what we need to do next, this is getting a little messy, but we gotta go to the actual campfire script. We don't have anything really in it yet. So inside here, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I think this is gonna be... What is this gonna be like? What is this going to do? Like, that's my question. We're not printing any new menus. We're just using their own interaction. So I'm kind of like thinking, did we even need the bush, all of that, kind of like the campfire script? The only thing I can think of is that, okay, so what if we cook and we do a little bit of a like an animation, so the maybe we kind of like show the black smoke. I think that's literally what we're gonna do. It's gonna be a client only thing. So I think really what we're doing here is we're just gonna do serialized field, private animation clip, like should it be... Yeah, I think we're gonna do like a smoke animation, and it's literally gonna be like public void play smoke animation. This is what I had in my mind. So So yeah, we need the animator. Campfire animator. And this is gonna be like, alright, so if camp animator is null, then we can do whatever. Like I'm literally like thinking like, do we need anything here? Well, I suppose we could do something, you know, some sort of like calculations, but I don't think the campfire is the correct place for that. Unless we are kind of like feeding the campfire some logic so that, hey, this is a better campfire. But I think right now, like literally there's nothing. So I think really what we're gonna do here is I'm just gonna do it here at the end. I'm gonna do a new case. This is gonna be the cook. Are we in ranged? Are we in range? So this is gonna be the campfire. No. Attached. Okay, so this doesn't have it. Interaction UI elements. So we're gonna need the campfire, attached campfire, and we need that here. All right. So now when we are coming here, we should be able to do it. Attached campfire. If this is that, we're too far. Else, we're going to go into the campfire and we're gonna play the smoke animation. And this is going to be, I don't think we need any parameters for this. We're just gonna call it. And we do need to now do the logic for the actual cooking. So what we need to do is we need to have idea what we pressed. So when we are cooking, we are setting in the item name, cook, and campfire. But we're not really sending in what we are cooking, are we? So is there anything we could use here? Element name, interaction type, dropped item. Then there's a bunch of those. I think we're gonna add another one. We need more. So this is gonna be the catalog item. Which means that we are going to need one more row, and this is gonna be item and cooking item. All right, so now we should be, I think we are good now. So now we have information about the fish. And now we can access that. So here, when we are handling the cooking, we can be like, all right, let's handle the cooking and item deletion from inventory. So how do we do this? So we have the item. Let's take the item first. Cooking item. Context. Item to cook. What is it? What was it? Do we actually need to do it like this? Okay. So we have the cooking item now. So what we gotta do is we basically need to find and attach it. So this is the item to cook, and then we're gonna be like player state. Well, let's do this. Try to cook item. I think this needs to be a server call. Yeah, this needs to be a server RPC. Server RPC. Try to cook item server RPC. I think that's what we need to do. And we're sending in the item. Do we need anything else? Do we need anything else really? I don't think we need any of these really. So we're just gonna send in the item to cook, and we're actually gonna send the item ID because it's just a little more lightweight. So let's fix these and then create this. So now we're gonna have a new server RPC call that we gotta do. Let's do this. Send to server. Try to cook item. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we are taking the int of item ID. This is the food item. This is the actual what? This is actually just an item, and then we're gonna be like, all right. So is the item is it consumable now? If the item type is not raw material, we're gonna return. Then we can cast it. Then we're gonna be like, all right, so is raw material station requirement equals cooking station. If it's not, cannot be cooked. And now we are gonna check if player has the item. So we're gonna be like, if inventory list var index is gonna be like inventory list. Find like first, no. What is this? Index off. I don't think this works. So I think we can just for each loop it if we find it. Then we're gonna remove it and we're gonna add it and we are going to be happy. I think that's it. Try to cook item server RPC. So this is gonna get called from here. And item to cook doesn't have the item ID, really? Oh, it's just ID. All right. All right. Is there anyone there? Is the stream completely dead? Because we could do a prediction here. Anyone there? Do you guys want to predict? It's been awfully quiet. Me. You guys wanna... Hey, there is people. I appreciate it. It's been so quiet. Alright, will the cooking work? Yes, no, 2 minutes, guys. Hey, there's someone on the YouTube. How's it going, GC? Nice to see you. Are you the Mr. Garbage Collector? Just joined the stream. Welcome. We are coding my game, my passion project, dream game, Shadows of Tuonela. Nice to meet you guys. I'm just trying to implement cooking into the game. We have already done wood cutting, we've done fire making, and now we are looking into creating cooking. And yeah, I'm rigging my model, lurking, says people in the Twitch. I was focusing on the linear art. Did this line 6 times in the past 2 minutes. Oh god, I hate illustration. Hey, are you even doing something useful if you don't hate it a little bit? Alright, so these things should work. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. If this works on first try, I think I'm too powerful. I need to be stopped. I need to be kind of like... Because we just wrote like a bunch of logic. And yeah, this is gonna be one hell of a thing if this works. This is gonna be one hell of a thing. We don't have any other icons for cooked / raw, so it's gonna be different, a little bit hard to see what's happening. But let's go see. There's a little bit of time to predict, guys. Believers are leading. Let's take a look at some of these raw fish. So they start from 905. Okay. All right, here we go. Sometimes pen doesn't just move the way you want. Yeah. And sometimes brain doesn't brain. All right, let's start from scratch, guys. So we're gonna be starting with wood cutting. So I'm gonna spawn myself a axe. So we should have an axe now. So does the wood cutting work? Boom. First try, no luck. Second try, boom. We've got wood. Awesome. All right, we have wood. Now, we need a tinderbox, which we can't retrieve right now with anything else than hacking. So we have a tinderbox now. So how the fire making works is you drop the wood and then you light it on fire. But the thing is, we don't have any food, so let's summon ourselves a little bit of fish. So I think they were like 905 and onwards. So let's try with 905. And let's go 906, 907, 8, 9, and let's do a couple more 7s. All right, so these are raws. As you can see, they are all raw. Very good. You can't eat them, you can't do anything with them, like that's how it's implemented. Now, this is gonna be the interesting part. So let's fire this bad boy up. Boom. And now we should see, when I right click, we should see a menu of the everything we can cook. Cook raw perch, whitefish, anglerfish, pike, like I can't believe it. Does it really work? Okay, let's do a perch. Smoke animation not set. Cooked perch! Woo! Let's go! Let's cook another one. Raw whitefish. Cooked whitefish. Yeah! I cannot believe it. It works. Cooked anglerfish. Oh my god. We are cooking everything, boys. Ah, my lord. I am too powerful, boys. Payout, daddy. With happiness, Isa said she has been believing and it's been paying off. There you go. Cooking works. Cooking works. And now there's nothing to cook, so it doesn't print anything. And we should be able to eat these. So let's take some damage. Let's take some damage from our good friend Heezy. And we're gonna try if we can heal with these items. So they should work. Alright, so I'm gonna eat a cooked perch and it heals. Yeah! 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 Fuck yeah! Alright, so there was something I was wondering about. What was it? There was something. Something I was wondering about. Was there something wrong? I think it worked like really well. I'm just... Oh yeah, the animation, the smoke animation wasn't set. Yeah, because we didn't do it. So let's do that. So we're gonna go under the campfire. And in the campfire, I'm going to add a animator. And this is gonna be client only. I'm not gonna be bothering the server with this. So basically we are... we're just gonna create a new clip. So let's go into the animation layout. And I'm gonna create a new clip. Arts, animations, MISC. This is gonna be a campfire smoke animation. And this is gonna be real simple, boys. It's gonna be real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring in a new VFX, visual effects, which can be found under imported assets, VFX, prefabs, black smoke. And I'm gonna close this so it's gonna be off by default. Then we're gonna go back into the animation layout. And here we have the campfire smoke animation. I'm gonna record and we're gonna put this bad boy on. And I'm just gonna put it on. Do I need to do anything else? I don't know. Maybe we should have like... What if we put this in like time? Can I change this into being... I think there's a way to change this into seconds. Yeah. So I think this is seconds. This is like... what is this 10 seconds? 30 seconds? Minutes? I think that's 10 seconds. So I think like something like 5 is probably enough. So I'm gonna put it off here. So let's see how it looks like. No, that's nowhere near as 10 seconds. So I think that's 2 seconds. Yeah. So now it's gonna put it on and off, right? All right, so maybe this could last like 3 seconds. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we're gonna give it a go. Campfire smoke. So we gotta change the name of that. This needs to be set to default off. And the animation clip is going to be the smoke. All right, so that should work as far as I'm concerned. We'll see if it actually does. Chandu, good day, Chandu. How's it going? Nice to meet you. What did you write in your Obsidian? So this has been just my kind of like design paper when we've been talking about the wood cutting, how the inventory is gonna play out, and how the UX. This is basically like UX design more than anything. We've been talking about like different ways we can do like fire making. This is what happens in RuneScape. This is what happens in Don't Starve. This is what we kind of like thought about. It's kind of like a glorified paint. And we've been using paint here quite a bit, so that's an improvement. All right, so let's try the if the animation plays. But hey, how you doing, Chandu? Where are you from? So let's give ourselves some fish. 905, 906. That should be enough. And then we need a tinder box. And then we need wood. All right, so we have everything we need now. Dep. Let's do some fire. Men make fire. Dum. Now we should be able to cook. I already see the smoke, so that's not good. I already see the smoke. The smoke shouldn't be... It shouldn't be active. It still is. What is wrong with you, Smoke? Smoke, why are you like that? Yeah, it's probably because of this. It's probably because of this, isn't it? Yeah, so that's a bummer. That is a bummer. I should have take a look at the freaking. Should have taken a look at the freaking animator. So I'm just gonna play this without any transitions whatsoever. That's as simple as it gets. All right, let's go again. Is the campfire now? Okay, so it is disabled. That's how it's supposed to be. All right, we go again. We go again, boys. And 1,000. All right. All right. I just flipped my canvas and got jump scared. What happened? What's happened? All right, here we go, boys. We are burning wood. I like that the other wood is there in the fire. And then we are cooking. Do we see smoke? Hell yeah. We are seeing smoke. It's not very evident. Does it ever stop? No, I don't think it does. I think it's still going. So if we take a look at the campfire, yeah, it's just playing and playing. What if I take the loop away? How are you still looping if you're not looping? So I think it needs an empty state. But it's still on, isn't it? Yeah. All right. So we need a little bit of a tweak here. So what I think we'll need is one more tweak. So let's do a animation with quotation marks. So the other animation is going to be animations, a campfire idle. So this is gonna be like nothing really. So what we're gonna do here is just record and put this off. So this is gonna be set to false. That's it. And then when we are doing the campfire, we're putting it on. And it's gonna be out for like 3 seconds. Now let's actually move this item a little bit. So it's a little bit hard to see what's happening. So I'm gonna put it a little bit higher. So we're gonna get a little bit of a more evident smoke effect. So I'm gonna put it like something like that. So that's gonna be our visual cue that we are actually cooking. All right. One more test, boys, and then we are Gucci gang. Let's see if we updated the animator. No, we didn't. So let's remove this. And we're gonna go into this as a default. And then this one doesn't back to that. All right. Tiny suggestion, because we love scope creep in the icy areas, that if we have a warm major, you need to keep up or you take damage. Ah, yeah, that's a traditional survival element. Maybe. It's not gonna be today's problem. But I'm not gonna say no to any survival elements. Hey, by the way, do you use your own version control? Yesterday I lost my entire game file. It was just erased from the game engine and VS Code. How do you make sure nothing gets lost? Yeah, so Git is the kind of like the short answer. So you 100% need to use version control. There's no excuses, basically. There's no excuses. You gotta start using it, even if you are just working alone, because it's just like ridiculously powerful. Git is like regular folk don't even understand how good of a freaking service it is, and it doesn't cost a dime. So you can set up something like GitHub free of charge, and you have like insanely powerful tools with you. Yeah, exactly. ISS, you got it covered. Like that's literally what it is. I can tell you more about it if you want to, but that's pretty much what you gotta do. Let's do a couple more fishes. Yeah, and it's really like, it's perfect for everything. It's perfect for even small projects if you're prototyping. So if you're doing like let's say that you do like modular stuff, you have like your logic like split into places, and then you are like, okay, so let's try to prototype this weird ass feature. So you're just gonna do a new branch, and then if you're like, okay, so this didn't take us anywhere, you can just like delete the branch and you are literally at the place where you started. So if you become good at Git, you are so much better off. You're so much better off. Okay, guys, let's go. I am starting a fire. It doesn't have smoke, so good. Let's start cooking. Hey, look at that, boys. Look at that, boys. It's giving a little burn effect and then it goes away. Now imagine if we had what Vakach has been asking for a long time, which is something that we would kind of like get a UI notification that, hey, you got a new item. Now that's pretty badass. Good portfolio stuff if you ever want to apply for a job later. Is Git and GitHub the same thing? So Git is basically the technology of version control. Does it actually stand for something? Okay, so when I write Git, it goes instantly to GitHub. So does it actually stand for something? So yeah, Linus did it, which Linus is the one who invented Linux operating system as well. So he's a pretty cool guy. He's a Finnish guy. Does Git stand for something? Git means, in British slang, it means like a fool or useless person. I am I'm such an arrogant bastard that I name everything like based off myself. First Linux, now Git. I'm an egoistical bastard and I name all my projects after myself. Huh. Right. So it's kind of like a wordplay or a reference to being dumb. It's a dumb version control program. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting, yeah. But yeah, Git is the technology, and there are other implementations and kind of like services that are based in Git. So you have GitHub, which is arguably the most kind of like popular one. And then you have a bunch of others. You have GitLab, for example. I've used GitLab. GitLab is, I think it is a little bit better than GitHub. But GitLab had a pretty famous like meltdown where they basically like screwed up their services and whatnot. Yeah, you can use Git locally as well. You don't need to. These are kind of like the remote places, so it's like saving into cloud basically. It's basically like a backupping into cloud or into internet, you know. And it's just so ridiculously good that if you have a decent internet, you should definitely do it. Yeah. All right, boys. We have been. These heathens are up to something. They are gathering. They are gathering, boys. I am really happy about the progress. Like we've been just like nailing these freaking features down, and a lot of the stuff that we've done are pretty good. They need testing and they need kind of like tweaking, but man, feels good. Feels good, man. Feels good to get this stuff under control. That's pretty much all I have for today. Let's do a push on this. So campfire making and cooking now works with a server RPC call. We need new cooked fish assets. That's what we need basically. Good job. Thank you, Asaseji. I'm really happy how this week has turned out. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow is going to be screenshot day. We're gonna be taking some screenshots about the game, and we might do like a really short trailer. Because I'm gonna be visiting some of the local video game industry guys on Friday. I think it would be cool if I had a video on my Steam page. So I think we could do that. Yeah, I did implement the Zoom, yeah. Trailer sounds fun. I don't know, maybe. It's gonna be pretty bare bones. I think it's gonna be like 10 to 20 seconds. We're just gonna be like showing some of the features real quick, recording some of the gameplay. Yeah, real short, just to get straight into the action. Hide UI. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I think we need to do that. Yeah, we don't have that yet. You need a boss with a roar emote before you do a trailer. Roar. Yeah, except that we need a woman, kind of like a elder woman screaming because of Lohi. Because of Lohi. But guys, it's a beautiful weather. It's a really warm weather here in Oulu. Let's see what Oulu sää is like. It's 19 degrees, at least it was. Now it seems to be going cloudy, so it's not actually that warm that it was supposed to be. Huh. Kind of says that it is warm, but it's getting colder by the hour. It was supposed to be like 20 and now it's gonna be like 16 now. So that's a boomer. That's a little boomerino. And yeah, tomorrow's gonna rain. Friday looks alright. Saturday, rain. Sunday, pretty cold, but okay. Then it's gonna rain some more. It's gonna rain some more. Yeah. 4 Celsius and it's raining here. Okay, so comparing ourselves to the Icelandic brothers, we have it good. YouTube stream, I'm gonna call it here. We're gonna be watching the Witcher trailer as a last thing here. So I'll see you tomorrow, YouTube people, unless I decide not to go live on YouTube. But then you can go to Twitch, twitch.tv/ameses. See you there. Bye bye.